10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hello, good afternoon, welcome. Okay. Right, everything looks good. So, we've been a little busy since last week. We're over at the chemical plant at the minute, so we'll quickly walk over the progress here, and then we'll go over plans for today. So I've been busy trying to figure out... yes. This is a new bug they added in the most recent patch. I can actually still interact with everything in there, but if I log into here, generally speaking, at least one of these doesn't have a collision on the building. It's a weird one. It used to be fine. They changed something, but they did also acknowledge in the patch notes that they had broken something. But yeah, we've been playing around with these two farms here, trying to figure out what each of the... Hey, they are both working. Trying to figure out what each of the, or all of the individual conditions required to grow the plants are. I almost had them spoiled for me. I wanted to figure them out for myself. We had a neighbour come over, asking me what illegal substances I was growing. And I said, I'm trying to figure out how to grow everything. And they started to, or they didn't reply, and it was taking a while. And I figured, they're going to try and tell me or how to make everything. So I put in chat site, just to be clear, I want to figure it out myself. 30 seconds later, they posted the entire list of how to get everything. Which thankfully, because I knew was coming, I managed to clear out the way of the chat without reading. And then they ran away. I don't know whether they did that deliberately or what, but our current progress is that we have found how to grow each of these. I'll have to do it this way because, again, this information is spread out across lots. So we have one of each of the space corn. We're still missing one of the enrichment factors for space corn plain, which is where you get plain pulp. Space corn sour, we're missing one enrichment factor. This is where you get ethanol from. And then woolly space corn is missing 2 enrichment factors. And that's where you get thermal paste from. Rockwood has 5 different plants we can get. We've only found 3 of them. I'm a little unsure about whether or not Rockwood Dream is working the way that it implies it's supposed to, or if these just don't exist yet. Because green and white are pretty easy to get, but they only have 2 requirements. Rockwood Dream, adjacency effect, ignore 1 requirement. The adjacent plant will be able to grow even if a single one of its requirements is not met. Now, I think the wording of this is not necessarily deliberate, but telling. I think the reason this isn't working the way that I want it to is germination and growing are 2 different things. So these are the requirements required to grow this plant. You must have all of these met in order to grow it. And I have some of these pre-grown in the other farm. It's okay, we can actually fix this. Now it's oh, that didn't work. That usually fixes it and made us stand back on it again. I had done this morning. Well, we have 3 over here, and I've been trying to grow things in the spaces around them and between them. And the reason I don't think they work the way that I want them to, in that they don't work when the game checks whether or not a seed will germinate into a particular plant, is because Rockwood Green and Rockwood White, specifically, just require water and a type of fertilizer. Water is the only liquid that we can put in here, at least as far as I can tell, which means that these should, by default, there we go, these should by default have grown one of those 3. So I think it doesn't work on the germination phase, which is annoying, because that means I do then need to test every single individual permutation. And I haven't been keeping quite as good a track of that as I would have liked. I imagine it's got to be a mix of a particular fertilizer and then a particular set of conditions, whether that's temperature or UV or dark. And the way that these work is that once those things have been germinated and so the plant exists, then they no longer require one of their requirements. So you could take the fertilizer out, for example, for the 2 that we have. But yeah, these were taking a little bit longer to grow than I was hoping. I think, are we running dark here or UV? We're running dark. Okay, that's fine. Because I think that was the permutation that I haven't tested on these yet. Warm and dark. And similarly, I think these are running warm and UV, because I hadn't tested that on the sour. And at that point, I think warm and UV. At that point, certainly as far as these 2 plants are concerned, I've tested every permutation of what we can grow them with. So if we don't get, hey, there's the last enrichment value for that. So UV light does the same thing it does on the base version. That's a little annoying. But it does mean that we don't need to worry about power so much. So basically, because these are likely what I might be using for power supply, I want to be able to grow them relatively quickly and get as much byproduct out of them as possible so that I can turn it into ethanol. There doesn't appear to be a way to increase the amount of seeds you get back. I don't think byproducts counts seeds. It might just be the pulp that considers that's an organic byproduct. See, I don't know. Yeah, we don't want less byproducts even if it's going to grow quicker. It would only be 50% faster. So I think for these ones we'll just run this in a hot environment so that the plain versions can't grow and we get nothing but sour. And then just feed them natural fertilizer. Okay, let's collect them up because we are going to need the seeds. The seeds I did not appreciate just quite how I think we are getting more seeds from byproducts. It's just the sour don't give as many seeds. So do I want to run another test in here, or do I want to just set a farm going? I thought I'd grown space corn with dark lighting conditions. Or space corn plain, rather. Which makes me scratch my head as to what that final missing condition is. Guess we'll find out once the plant or the space corn in the other farm is finished growing. So much pulp. It's fine, we need a bunch of stuff we can sell. Because we have 300 or 34,000 credits, which means we can now unlock the tier 3 stuff. Although we have yet to even build or fit our ship out with tier 2 stuff. Well, no, technically titanium is tier 3. Tier 4 stuff. That everything? That is everything. Okay, how many seeds to get out of that? 231 or 32. I didn't quite appreciate just how hard getting Xenoc oil was. You only get one per seed. So this particular thing here is going to require 1,200 seeds. I didn't quite realize that. So we're not going to be worrying about that today, but we do need this stuff for factories. Now, why are you growing at a different rate? None of you are dead. We're set to warm in here, aren't we? We're set to warm mostly for the benefit of that. We just tested warm over there, so I think I might put this back to natural light. Just to give them... So not natural light, temperate, because I think Space Corn Plane does gain a growth speed bonus from Yeah, temperate climate. Okay. So we'll swap it back to temperate. We'll leave it at dark because we do want to test that particular condition. You guys are not as useful as I'd like you to be. Do I want to pick you up? Yeah, we know they're not going to work for how I want to do things, so... Oh, that was useful. I forgot I had thrown a bunch of extra fertilizer at it. We know all of its fertilizers. Germ quantity. So, byproduct and germ quantity are separate things. But doesn't the germ from this... Yeah. So this plant's byproduct is actually Elimiterium nuggets. But its germs, its seeds in other words, which we can't plant, I don't think. Yeah. Convert directly into the dust. We don't get the seed back when we convert it to dust, I don't believe. Let me check. If we get the seed back when we convert it to dust, then that is actually more useful than it would seem. But I think we just get the dust. Let me run this through. Yeah, we're only getting the dust. So it's a useful, or a very useful sort for Elimiterium, or however that's supposed to be pronounced. So if we wanted to do the, did I leave any of these around? Those batteries ready? Those batteries are ready. Good, let me grab them before I forget to bring them with me. So yeah, that would probably be how we get the materials we need to do the quest that required all of those purple materials. Okay, let's just throw these in here for now. We'll convert those germs over. Don't know if I have enough space in here to throw the sour pulp in. We don't. We need to start processing that, which means we need to get another cistern. We definitely don't need to grow any more of that for the time being. So I think we will use the other one to experiment. My concern is that there might be a requirement for a plant to have another particular kind of plant next to it. It's possible. Because there's definitely, where are we looking? If we come over to here, there's things that they can't tolerate. Like this one is reclusive, which basically just means that they can't be right next to each other. But there's, again, ones like sour, which has dissolves dead plants as an adjacency effect and is putrescent. Plants that are in a constant state of simultaneous decay and growth. Some neighbors may enjoy the nutrients they bring to the substrate, but more delicate plants will not tolerate the bacterial load. Okay. I am gonna roll the dice. I reckon there's gonna be a plant that requires a putrescent plant next to it. So we'll set this to hot so that we can guarantee hot and natural light. I don't think we have a fertilizer requirement for this. Carbonic fertilizer. Can't tolerate acidic. Okay, we'll run a few tests. Let's get 1, 2, 3, 4 of these back out. Have all of those for now. So, all 4 farms need carbonic fertilizer. And then we'll add supplements for everything other than acidic. So, 1 blank, 1 Enderium. One natural, 1 metallic. These germinate quicker, so this should grow into the plant we need before these 2 are ready for germination, and we'll see if that results in anything new. Honestly, the number of times that I've seen people ask in, it's like, give me the answer to this. It makes me worry for gamers of today. They can't enjoy games like Outer Wilds. Well, they won't be able to enjoy games like Outer Wilds. They just have no sense of discovery, trying to figure things out. They just want the answer. Which cuts them off from so many amazing games. Okay. How much dust we ended up back over here? Okay, we've got another 160, we've got 140 over there, 130 here. So, from moving that to 140, that brings them level 75-ish in each. That is not what was after. 140 plus 75 would be 215? Close enough. Okay. Right, we need to... We don't have the things for it at the moment. Get a cistern going. Or... new kind of fuel. Let me... What I could really use is... something that increases the germ output. Maybe dark will do it, but we are... if dark does it, in order for it to be worthwhile, it's gonna need to give us, like... plus 200% germs? Because we can't use UV light to increase growth speed, or use light to increase growth speed. So it would need to give more than 100% that we could get from UV light for it to be worth using darkness to give us more germs to get more oil. More seeds. Okay. This is another 300 oil. We already have 200, which will be enough for one of the first main things we need to do today after we've gone through all of this. You're all done. I don't need to swap you over to fuel. We need to get you running on... do we have them in our inventory? Yeah. Need to get ethanol going. Oh, it's only 6. I thought it was 10. Still. 6 for each one is a lot. Given that I assume each 1 litre of that has a really, really large amount of fuel value. I assume it's each individual one. We'll find out once we've got it. Yeah, it is 6. So it's the actual fuel value. Alright, it's up here. Yeah, it's 15,000, which is more than carbonic fuel. And more than, I think, just even 1 unit of coal. Coal clump, coal deposit. Ah, no, it's carbon. A carbon is 9,000. So 1 litre. I could tear down all the solar panels if it works out as being that efficient. We have 10 solar panels back here. If I can just convert all of that to use ethanol, then just tear the solar panels down, put down a couple of extra of these, maybe 3 extra of these, save ourselves a whole bunch of space. They are 3, or these are 4 now rather than those are 3. Which will allow us to get down more chemical plants and everything else we need for the chemical factory here. Okay. I think we have plenty of... Still can't quite put it all in here. Yeah, we have plenty of spare fertilizer that's made from plain pulp. So I'm going to take the plain pulp with me. 4 credits each. We have almost 1,000, not quite 1,000, so that's almost 4,000. Because we need to find a way to make 60,000 in money today if we can. I could just grab my 2,000 platinum and my 2,000 vanadium and just sell those. Let's stash these in here. Right. Do I lose value by turning you into wool? No, adds value. That also adds a little bit of value. We have plenty of spare materials. Okay, I think we'll convert it to wool, then convert it to thermal suit chips, and then sell the thermal suit chips. That'll be the plan. You don't have a cistern to empty into, so we'll turn you off for the time being, but we will set up your routes. I don't know if I put the suggestion in that we should be able to just assign a cistern or assign what a cistern is supposed to hold in the interface, because at the minute it kind of tries to figure it out automatically. I may have already done that request. I can't remember. That's definitely something that's needed. Okay, check my inventory. We don't have any recipes this week that need... any solid explosives. So I think I'm just going to steal this. Okay, we don't have the inventory space at the moment. Which means we are going to need to run thermal wool now. Another 17 minutes till that gets back. This actually isn't helping. This is adding weight, not taking it away. How's that work out? Thermal wool is at 0.5. It's 0.5 and this is 1. Okay, yeah. I think we can make the space up, maybe, with these. I think this converts down. Don't necessarily want to leave anything here. I don't think that's going to convert it down enough. 20 more runs. No. We'll leave some pulp here anyway, then. It's probably the way to do it. I don't know why this is here. This has been in here for a while. Since the last update. And I don't know why. My ship doesn't have a fluid storage unit at the moment. Do I have iron or iron plates over here? No. Seven more. Oh, I suppose one other thing I should report. I am currently rank 18. I have maxed out exploration, which you've already seen. I've also maxed out... we was getting close to the end of last episode. It was done by the end of the day. We've got level 5 in technology, and we're at level 5 in lab as well now, research. And we're also level 3 in company. Social science, yeah. So, we're rank 18, which is nice. Let's bring 600 with us. Okay, let's leave 100 here. Actually, we should... There may not be space over there. We should keep this in the warehouse with the rest of them. There's not going to be space in there. Are you still configured for making water? You are, good. Let's just make sure the pump is running. It should be. Because we was making a bunch of batteries, we shouldn't have had the opportunity to turn off. Yeah. It still stops if the cistern it's pumping into gets full. Which is still annoying, but hopefully they will fix that. One of the main things they apparently did in the recent patch this week was for performance. I've not specifically noticed performance improvements, but then they can be hard to look for if you're not doing an apples to apples comparison. I've definitely noticed instances where it's felt a little bit more laggy, specifically approaching a base. Previously it just used to have one load stop, and now I've had multiple in some locations. One to load in the base and then one to load in all the random garbage on the ground. Plant life and stones and such. Okay, so I don't know if we had done this by last week, but I've added an extra base to our list. Yeah, because we only got access to it after the fact. So I've decided to come over to here, and I put on this planet a coal mine, because I apologize, somebody builders outside are banging something. This planet actually has triple coal deposits, triple brine deposits. They're separate deposits, three in each. But at the time I needed a lot of coal. I'm now needing a lot less coal, so we might pick that base up and put it on the nearby brine pool to get it to start manufacturing mercury today. But that's what this is connected to. It's shipping over once every day and a quarter. 500 coal to here. Which we've actually gone through a bunch of coal today. Ah yes, because I set it up making a bunch of steel-based stuff because we was running low on some things. So yeah, that makes sense that it's required more coal. It should be making me some more structural beams. Let me just zoom out for a bit. But yes, I have been also working on making a bunch of these. I made some extra ones of these, mostly so that I could make some more shuttles. And we should have 120... Oh, they haven't finished yet. 128 support hardware. Because I was running out of space, I have gone ahead and already made some titanium ship parts. You're making me... Let me just check to make sure these are still being fed right. That looks good. Got them back on motors again. It only took me till this... or last night, this morning, to complete the 2 easy bulk orders. I've not looked at the other bulk orders in a minute to figure out which ones I want to focus on. Our next goal is to get to here, but that's going to require 8,000, and we'll double our upkeep. But it will give us 2 extra bases, which we're going to need. While we can make or move the coal mine to Mercury, ideally I would like to keep a coal mine. I might move the coal mine to somewhere that has coal sandstone so that I can get an automated concrete production going somewhere. But that still means that we need somewhere for brine and mercury and somewhere for tungsten wolfram. We're ways off this yet. We have 500, we need 2,000. But this is going to be a massive undertaking anyway. The extra footprint capacity would be really nice. There's like 4,000 of these, 2,000 of these. All that concrete, that's so many warehouses full of stuff. Thankfully, the extra footprint is probably going to be used exclusively to build the warehouses to supply this. Problems for later. Okay. That looks good and is still running. I believe that'll be about done by the end of the day. This one's making the inert plates. This one was making the duty beams. And this one is making the titanium parts. Plan number 1 for here is going to be to get a factory up sooner rather than later. We have most of the materials we need for that. Do I have the footprint or have I gone over my capacity now? Okay, no, we've still got another 10. So we can get one down, but we will want to be swapping out the handful of solar panels we have here. I think we only have like 2 or 3 around the back. 2 over here. The footprint has disappeared so quickly. We haven't even got all of these mines in place to make all the extra iron. Are you full? You are full. I'll leave you full for now. Okay. Let me drop off. Let me get that processed. These are all running, aren't they? Yeah. We'll do this by hand. Pinch the metal sheets. Don't think this is going to take too long. These are fairly quick crafting recipes. Which ship arrived where? Okay, the shuttle is back at the exchange. Let me just check pricing and target pricing for ship repair kits and fuel. I would like the price to come down some more before I purchase those. It's still slightly on the high side. So hopefully it will come down. Fuel, we actually have plenty of fuel. Yeah, we have plenty of fuel, we don't need any more of that. Not a problem. How many days worth of supplies do I currently have stored here? Two and a bit. Prices on a lot of them are good still though, although advanced tools could do with coming down a bit more. And everything else is actually reasonably priced. I don't think these are likely to sell in the next couple of days. Someone did recently pump the market, and if they do it again, then they may not sell for a while. The drone market has just been absolutely flooded. So we're not going to be able to sell those for the price that I would like to sell them for a while. They will sell eventually. That means that the money that's locked up in here is going to be locked up in the exchange for a while. How much is it to resupply for 7 days at current prices? Let me drag this over so you can see what I'm looking at. My spreadsheet. Don't need that. Okay. The stuff that we're making at the minute should be enough for that, so I can probably start buying another 7 days worth of materials. 7 days worth of supply. Let me... that's still ticking away in the background. Over to our wish list. Supplies. Rations. Restock will be 665. Ale. Tools. Take the advantage while I see it. Workwear is 6095. Buying rations 9386. Buy 92. Coffee 2916. Exosuits 100 left. Advanced tools is 1526. Aqua 5595. Robots 101. Jubilin. Okay, let's just have a little quick look to see if there's any that are that is yes, we will have those. Coffee. It can go down lower. We have a couple of days to actually buy all of this, so price of that can go down a bit. So can those. Let me make notes of these. Set this one and another one. Contractor equipment. Just make all the chips. We're just going to be selling them. Okay. 312. Pies. So pies are at a pretty good price at the minute. We could get them for less, but someone could just buy a whole bunch of these, so we'll just buy these at this price. Just make sure the numbers are right. Yeah, okay. Pies are fine. So we have our rations, we have our pies. Advanced tools can come down in price a bit more. I don't think we're going to do better than that. Question here is, do we think the market will go down anymore? No, I think the market's probably going for robots. It's probably going to be on its way back up again. So robots will buy. There's been an overproduction here, but they've caught up. 780. Yeah. Price is on its way back up. Yeah, I think the price of this is just going to keep climbing, so we grab it while we can. Otherwise, if we wait, I think it's going to cost more. It's below the average anyway. Rations doesn't matter. Tools. Tools have come down. 65. They could come down further. I'll have to check them again tonight. There's a decent amount here, but that will disappear pretty quickly. 20 million units consumed per day. Workwear we're hoping for a better price on because that's above the average at the minute. Might not come down, but we'll see. And then, yeah, coffee we think we can get at a better price. You know what? That's a better price. Good enough. Am I being greedy? For the extra 20? Well, no, the average is 70 that it sold for yesterday. And they overproduced again yesterday, so yeah, I reckon the price on that will come down again. Okay, very quickly, the last thing I need to do on this, and then we can ignore it for the rest of the day, that is the rest of the stream. We're not sending you somewhere. Going to here, unloading from here, check that, clear that, all done. Okay. We have somehow managed to end up with more because we've still got the metal sheets on us. Put the metal sheets down and we should have less inventory. Also, we can put the wires away. Carbonic fuel can go over here. Should probably send you off on another trip. We will bring over a lot of carbonic fuel though if I do. It's fine. We need to burn it. What else are we going to use it on? Send you back over to there. Do a single trip for carbonic super fuel. Probably should have limited how much it was going to go. If I'd just discarded a bunch that it had on us. Only get another 100. Actually, I wanted 100 weight. Okay. We can drop the core away. We forgot to put the fuel in our inventory down in here. Just get it out of our inventory. Chemical batteries. Magnetic coils. And the usual 2 for each. I might have slightly overproduced the amount of nuts and bolts we have. I think you do still need to be connected, yes. Just to smooth out the power slightly. I've had that thing turn itself off a couple of times, which means we're very close to power limit at the minute. Okay. That's that. Let's put the nuggets and the cores away. Do I have a place I can temporarily dump some of this stuff? Just to slightly get some out of our inventory. There's our pre-made hull parts. We'll come back to that. There's a little bit more space for a little while. Keep the drones on us. Okay, we need... We're going to need to head back to the chemical plant. 4 hydraulic actuators. Not the button I wanted to press. Try again. It's going to require 20 pipes, 12 stainless plates. We also need to bring with us enough materials to make another cistern over there. So we need 100 pipes, 80 gel. And then 10 motors. Stainless plates of some amount, and I think probably more gel and pipes for the pumps. Entirely wrong. Okay, we need another 20 pipes and 30 strong metal sheets. Strong metal sheets are in here. Or at least they should have been. Have we used them all? Ah no, they're in there. So 20 more pipes. And we'll see if we have enough sheets. We have the titanium. We still have almost 700B titanium in here. 120 watertight pipes. Probably going to need to bring another couple of hundred back with us when we head over and get some more wires. Assuming we're running out. Okay, we have enough stuff for 10 pumps. Hey Draz, it's going good thanks, how's you? Glad to hear it. That you're good, not that you're sifting through emails. Emails is not boring, I imagine. 5 pumps left. May as well have a quick look on the market, just in case there's been movements. Doesn't look like it. Tools come down? Tools have come down a little bit. 66. Yeah, 66 will do. There's another week's worth of tools. Oh, exosuits have come down. Below the point that we marked them. We could get cheaper, we're not going to get greedy though, we'll take those. Exosuits. Still waiting on a slightly better price for workwear and advanced tools. And then I have a week's worth of supply for all of my factories. Okay, pumps are ready, so it should be enough stuff for one of these. Plus enough spare stuff to be able to make the actuators. What was the extra 84? Oh right, yeah, no, that was it. Okay. Technically, so am I. As I stated in the guild chat, I need another 20 million for the next expansion project. have like 15 million currently sitting on the market board, but I'm not expecting those to sell at those prices anytime soon, so they're just going to stay there for emergency resources if I need them. These will probably sell. It depends on if someone else is caught up with the fact that they're profitable at the moment. But yeah, mainframes, I didn't quite capitalize quick enough on the market. Someone outproduced. I started producing about here, so I got 2-3 good days of sales, and now the bottom's fallen out. Well, it's not fallen out, but it's gone back down. This is the game I am playing on it. I have to beat, or look ahead, try to estimate when these spikes are going to happen, and then target production beforehand. I was trying to do that with drones, but apparently I got it wrong. The actual amount of people buying drones dropped. I started producing them here, and then people stopped making them, and then someone else has produced additional ones. So the price of drones has just crashed. I was hoping for another spike. Not happening. A basic water base isn't particularly for extraction economy, because you're always going to be using largely lower tier workers, and a lot of them, and they will use basic water, which you can make using extraction and basic food processing pretty damn easily. So you could absolutely reduce your costs by making getting yourself some water at the very least. Okay. You are making water. Water cistern isn't full. You haven't filled up that cistern yet. You haven't filled up that cistern yet, so let's just get this down. We can move it later. It doesn't need power, and turn this on. And now you should be ethanol. Or you will be ethanol. Touchwood. I'm not so sure about rations. Water definitely, because drinking water just takes water as an input. Rations requires additional things on top. Oh, was that a 3-minute runtime? That is a 3-minute runtime. How long is that going to take to run through our, like, 1,000-odd sour pulp to the calculator? Times 3, that's minutes. Divided by 60, divided by 24. 2 days. Okay, that's not too bad. It took me about 2 days to make all of those. How long will they last, though? How many can fuel off a single one? So 6. We can fuel 6 power plants off a single, or 6 and a bit, technically. Probably 7? No, it'll be, yeah, no, it'll be 7, because 3 lots of 20 will give us another 2 minutes worth, not 3 minutes worth. So we can 6 and a bit from one of those. That is pretty good. We do have to worry about shipping it around. Short term, we can just load it onto the ship, but long term, that's what a bottling plant is for. We can automate that. I think this is going to get to fill it before anything else manages to get to it. Any second now. Do I have to close out and we'll close the window and come back in? There it is. Okay, good. So that's a sign for ethanol. Do I want to keep that there? Doesn't really matter. Your sulfuric acid. Your water then. Doesn't really matter where you go, so for the sake of things being slightly more even, let's sit it over there. Okay, we need to borrow one of these. That is the one that gets borrowed. Actually, no, this one can be turned off because we're not using the ethanol anyway at the moment. Just while we make ourselves our actuators. Gonna take 12 minutes. I really should learn more Python. My only knowledge of Python is the general layouts of the code. Because Godot uses it's not Python, but it's Python-based syntax. The ones we planted in here are going to be in age. You are? Yeah. That's something else that I should report. I've been meaning to, and I don't think I have. Yeah. Let me get the name or spelling of the name right. Scenic Farms visual effects. Don't render. When you fly in from somewhere else. But do when placed, changed, or are present, or are at that base when you log in. Vex refers to the heating strips and the icons above the main interface. Which planting specifically? I've only figured out 3 of them. I'm very much of the opinion that I prefer to test to work it out. There's 2 that I haven't found yet, and a number of different enrichment factors that I'm still working on. The basic space corn will just take any temperate and natural light and it'll grow. It needs water, that's it. If you want all the information I have, rather than to work it out yourself, I will display it on screen, or at least as best I can, given my resolution. So yeah, SpaceCraft, well, there's the way it actually works. If I go over to SpaceCraft, again, apologies, this is the resolution I'm working at. The interface doesn't work quite that well at it. For SpaceCraft specifically, basically what we have here is these are the individual seeds, and they grow into multiple different plants, depending on the conditions that you provide them. SpaceCraft, to get SpaceCraft plain, which is the most basic version of it, just requires requirements water, temperate or warm environment. Doesn't care about the lighting. Make sure you're not feeding it metallic fertilizer because that will kill it. And then these are all enrichment factors. They improve the rate at which it grows or the output that it gives. But yeah, there's different conditions for each of the 3 types. So that's the wrong side of the screen. Back over to the middle. There we go. So yeah, water, temperate, warm for SpaceCraft plain. Cannot tolerate metal fertilizer, and then I'm missing 1 enrichment factor. Yeah, that'll kill it. There are things that will grow with metallic, but I think, let me check without providing spoilers. Oh no, the other 2 variants will survive, but they have other requirements for you to be able to get them to grow. And yeah, Rockwood has 5 variants. I've only found 3 of them. Although I think I have an idea as to what one of them might be. And that's the thing I'm testing at the moment. It's a multi-monitor setup, Draz. I have 3 1080p monitors stitched together. Which is also why I like VR. Because, well, VR is basically the ultimate upgrade from multi-monitor. Yeah, we have a cunning plan here. We're growing this to make a SpaceCraft sour, and it has a special adjacency effect. And I'm getting the feeling that one of the requirements for one of the rock wool wood we're missing may be that it needs to be adjacent to something that's putrescent. Yeah, I'm waiting on the Steam frame as well. I do have a VR headset. I have a HTR Vive Pro, is it? It was their second mainline Vive. But that requires lighthouses, which I can't set up in this room. So it's downstairs connected to the TV. Yeah. So if you want Iron Spotty, I can give you the rest of the information that I have figured out, or now that you have a better idea, you can keep trying yourself. I'll leave it up to you. Because figuring it out was interesting. And I don't want to spoil that for anybody else. It's just a shame it takes so damn long, but this game does run overnight, basically. This is going to take another 5 more minutes. And once we have that, we can make our factory. Once we have our factory, we can start making... Where are they? They're not counted as ship parts. Manufactured? Manufactured parts. Titanium part casings. We can finally build a bigger ship. No, I'm playing online. I am still playing solo, but I started this character in the online world. I probably would have done anyway, even if they had the solo mode out at the start. Because there's nothing stopping you from getting to 6 bases while playing solo. Because my one-man corpo has 3 bases, and then I have 3 bases. So I have 6. I think I am just waiting on that. We do now need to burn through the carbonic fuel. I don't currently need the extra space. Is there any reason not to start tearing up the solar panels and then putting down some extra engines? Or rather, doing that the other way around? Put down the engines and then tear up the solar panels? You are not as full as you should be. You should be full by all rights. Why are you not? I have seen that occasionally. I haven't quite nailed down what causes it. Drones stopping transporting materials. Oh, because the shuttle we sent over must have grabbed the entire lot of everything that was here. That's fine. We have the coal. In fact, will the base survive without this running? This is 40. Yes, okay. Just in case. Okay. Swap it over to ethanol. Because if we have a power situation here, it wouldn't have actually mattered if we put a battery over there specifically for this purpose. Because yeah, if we run out of power, these two both turn off if they're doing anything other than temperate natural light. Or temperate dark, if they're using any kind of power. Then they'll turn off, which will kill the plants growing in them. Okay. Last one. 1 minute left. So the reason I want to get this done first is so that I can get it making my... I think I'm making 8. Or was it 16? I wanted one of these, which is 4. 2 of these, which is another 4, 8. And then I think I wanted... Okay, we need 12. Unless the wings need them? Wings also need them. Don't know if I'm going to be using those wings. Yeah, the wings have a decent amount of frame on them. They might be worth making anyway. Steering strength, heat capacity... I would like to make a Wanderback cockpit, maybe a Anvil one as well. Let's make 16. Just make sure that I've pre-prepped enough materials to make 16, or queue up 16. Crafting calculator has remembered what we put into it. We had originally assigned for 8. Support hardware should be about done in a bit, so let me get rid of that. What we care about is just these two. Plenty of these. I think... Yeah. We need to make some more heavy-duty beams. We can make them by hand. The games I tend to lean towards would be survival crafters and factory games are probably the ones I lean to the most. Okay, there's our 4. Do I want to make carbonic fuel? Is there any point anymore? This one needs to be making ethanol, right? Yeah. There we go. Ethanol production back on its way. So we need to keep an eye out on our main base for when we run out of our carbonic superfuel, because at that point we need to start shipping over ethanol. I kind of wish we I could get the whatchamathingy engines, the generator things, those things, auto throttling. But I think the plan will be longer term is we'll tear down the 10 solar cells, we'll replace them with 4 total, so we'll add 3 because that'll be 120, which will give us more power than we currently have of these. And we'll just turn them on and off depending on what our production is, or what our requirements are. And the battery will hopefully cover up any fluctuations. Space Engineers 2 is an entire new engine, basically a complete rewrite. Fundamentally, it's going to be the same sort of game, but there are many, many improvements with Space Engineer 2. I haven't touched it yet, but they have fluid dynamics in it. Quite literally, planets have water on it, and if you knock out a hole, or if that water is in some sort of basin, and you dig a hole out of that basin into another area, the water will flow through the hole and out. But they've also removed the small grid, large grid system. There is now just the grid. Everything goes on the grid, and there's small and large parts. In fact, there's not even small and large parts. You scale the parts to the size you want them, I think. Something like, I can't remember. But yeah, they've done a whole bunch of devlogs, so... I don't think survival mode is in it yet. I can't remember, honestly. When the initial release for the early access to Space Engineers 2 came out, survival wasn't in it, there was just creative. I remember hearing something about survival, but I don't remember whether or not it was that it's come out. Again, DuckDuckGo will answer for you, I imagine. Okay, we need... $200 concrete. We have 200 concrete. We're going to need to make ourselves some microchips. We're going to need some more semiconductor substrates. quick. There's apparently cheap food. Not much of it, but every little helps. That's that. 10 motors. Motors is the thing I tend to just leave producing. Then I was it 20 or 40 of these? 40 we should have. There we go. Temporary assets. Now where do we put this? Oh, that actually slots there. They haven't finished the model for this yet. And honestly, I appreciate that. I would much rather them do this, putting in a placeholder asset that they've actually produced, rather than an AI-generated thing. It also doesn't currently have collision. Where is the interaction point? There it is. Use the factory. Okay, this wants to make us... Oh yeah, I forgot we had access to that. The big battery. And we can make a heavy FTL engine as well. Good to know. This is what we're after. Maybe duty beams. That can be fed in from that one. Output into that one. How many? Let me get the number again. We need 64. Yeah, I'm just going to take to produce each of these. 24 minutes apiece. I did expect it to be long. I didn't expect it to be quite that long. It's going to be 2 hours. Okay. We'll have all the bits and pieces we need for the first part done. In fact, looking at the size of the output buffer, I don't think I need to actually output these anywhere. They're 25 apiece. This has... is that 500? That is 500, right? Input storage is 1,000 units, output storage is 500 units. Yeah, we don't need to... we don't actually need to be outputting these anywhere. We can just use them, get it to load into there. So let me grab the rest of these, and then I can just throw these in here. There we go. I'm fairly sure we don't currently have enough heavy-duty beams. We may have done, actually. It's going to use almost all of our supply. You do use 1 steel per. I'll have to manually load it with steel. For now, at least. Let's throw the inert plates into here temporarily. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot I had access to that thing. That was a consideration, wasn't it? If it turns out I don't need the triple coal deposit anymore. Again, this is thinking long term here. We've got a triple coal mine over here. If we don't need that much coal, we definitely want to get the triple brine pool for the automation of Mercury. So we may, or I probably am going to be moving over the coal deposits to the brine pool. Although I don't think I have the pumps at the moment. I can still get one or two up. I want to get at least one up. We need a cistern. We need a chemical plant and an output cistern. We're going to need a bottling plant. All of those take pumps. We probably have enough motors for one lot. Liquid extractor is 40 or 20 pumps. Oh, it's only 20 pumps. What was 40 pumps? Did they change the thing that cost 40 pumps? I think they must have reduced the, and I hadn't noticed because I hadn't needed to make them. They may have reduced the amount of pumps the liquid extractor cost. I thought it used to take 40. Do I have enough of that lens yet? I wonder. I'll have a look in a second. 4 pumps. Okay, that's not as bad as I thought it was. So 20 pumps, 60 pumps for all 3. I don't know how many of these I'm going to need. 2 cisterns, it's going to be another 20 pumps, 80 pumps, so 80 motors. As long as I don't go through too many drones, we have that many motors. It's the long one. We may have the motors for it. And we can get some extra titanium if we need it. So yeah, we'll probably move our 6th base from the coal to the brine pools, which means we don't need to get tungsten from a place that has brine pools. We may be able to get that from within this system then. Yeah, there's tungsten here. If that's a tungsten coal deposit, that works brilliantly. In which case, when we get our next corporate upgrade, and we get our 2 bases, we can dedicate one of those bases to power generation. Which reduces the amount of footprint that's going to be used by the other bases in this system. It also means that we can bring all of the materials, or we can make the tungsten base the metal processing base, and we can bring the materials into here to ship the platinum over. That's going to take the longest. The platinum is like a 2-day trip away, so we will need to set this up properly. When I first looked at how long it took to get between sectors with the shuttles, I was a little disappointed and a little disheartened. But the more I thought about it, these things don't cost power. They're just 3 footprint. They're are they 3 or 4 footprint? Oh, they're 5 footprint. Still not bad. And they have 1,000 units of storage on them. And they have 4 pads. So the platinum mine, I'm fairly sure, doesn't generate 2,000 platinum every 2 days. So if I was just to build one of these and just have 4 separate shuttles, and I just staggered them going out, then that would keep a supply, or a constant supply of platinum, to whichever base I'm using to process it. Where is it? Is it too far away? Mine Alpha. Yeah, it's this one here. So that's how they calculated it. I see. Okay. I see. Okay. Right. So if it's in system, then it's going to be like under an hour. If it's to somewhere else within the system, it's going to take several hours. I think between here and here, it's like a 4-hour round trip, which will be easier to show. On here. That's like a 4-hour round trip. So I think it's like, if it's within the system, it takes a minute. If it's between system, it's going to take probably X number of hours, depending on the number of lines it has to go through. If it's going to a different sector, it is the total number of jumps to get to that sector. Presumably the shortest route. So if I had actually built my base up here, it might be faster. Yeah, but I suspect we're going to get access to higher tier shuttles. The fact that shuttles specifically specify their range implies that there's going to be a higher range shuttle at some point. But yeah, my other base, which we haven't seen, is over here. This is where we're getting our vanadium from, since this is the only sector that has vanadium nodes. But I need so little vanadium that a single trip there is not really that much of a hassle, and that's what that hole in the space-time continuum's for. So I can just load up my ship with 2,000 vanadium, bring it back, and it lasts about a week. But yeah, 2 sectors away is manageable with a single pad, he thinks. Certainly for platinum. If I wanted to fully automate it. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. We need to unlock those first, which should probably be our next task. How much copper wire we got left in here? Plenty. That's going to last. So I don't need to go get more copper. Do I want to just sell the platinum? We can't really use platinum for anything other than vanadium, I want to say. And at the minute we don't have any tungsten. Yeah. So without the access to the tungsten mine, we can't get those going. So I think we're going to try to unlock both of these today. We have the funds. The question is more whether or not we have the materials to sell back to get the money back, so we're not losing any. But we need this to set up that, or to move over that coal mine. Although I am going to need to build another warehouse to temporarily store all that coal, unless I want to destroy it. But I think I'd rather keep it for now. $40 brine to 1. It is expensive, so if we want to get any amount of it, we need to get it going now. We do want it to be on that triple path node then. They pump every 9 seconds. Let's map this out. How much mercury am I getting per minute from 3 nodes? So 3 every 9 is 1 every 3 minutes. Times by 40. Is 1 mercury every 2 hours, I think. Wait, no, that's seconds. 2 minutes. Try this again. Because then, if we do that right, we have 3, or we'll have 3 pumps. Working on the assumption that they're a constant speed, that'll be 1 litre per 9 seconds per pump, which is 1 litre per 3 seconds. So 3 times 40. 120 seconds to have enough brine water to get 1 mercury. So we get 1 mercury every 2 minutes. We need 15 mercury. 5 mercury per ingot. So 1 mercury every, or 1 ingot every 10 minutes. So times that by 6. So every 10 minutes, 6 per hour, 144 a day. That isn't terrible. It is slow, but it's not terrible. We need 2 for each individual plate. So divide by 2 is 75 plates a day. Multiplied by, or rather divide again by 15. It'll get us 5 small part casings per day. It's definitely slow, but it's not as bad as I was kind of expecting, given what some other people have said. Because that basically is enough to make 1 of these a day. And that's working on the assumption that I don't take the time, which wouldn't take that long, because we've actually nicely situated ourselves. This bit wasn't intentional. But on this server, straight from here, over to here, on this planet here, nope, yes, we will find mercury geysers, which will give 100 each. Cinnabar. So yeah, automated production will be slow, but we're situated in such a position where we can actually get a lot more mercury manually fairly easily. We probably still want to automate it though. Okay. Right, time to go sell some stuff. Let's grab back the thermal chips and the pulp. We still have a large amount of carbonic fuel on our person, which we do not need. Let's throw that into here. We don't want to be... Oh no, we are going to be selling the 100 flat sour pulp. Currently we have 5,000, 7,200. We're not selling the drones and we're not selling the metal. The drones we can put away for now. And we'll put the titanium plates away, or titanium as well. Okay. Actually, we did already make some titanium parts. We may as well drop them on the ship. I don't know if we'll drop them on to replace existing parts or just to give us some extra system support. We're running a little close to our frame limit anyway. Okay, yeah, integrity's dropped too low now. Let's shunt these modules over. Oh, I really should make them thermal titanium first. Shouldn't I? And then we can replace the nacelles, at least temporarily. Store, I'm aware. Do we have... Yes, it's in here. I pre-prepped a bunch of value K. Huh. What am I missing? Oh, right, yeah, we need to turn this into thermal sheets, which we do have pre-prepared as well. Albeit only 100. going to take a minute. Let's have a look-see. If we had waited a little longer, we could have got some bargain rations. Okay, rations done. I just saw you flash. You're now at the minimum price I want to pay. I don't trust this is going to go down any further. Is it the current average price? It's been lower, but I mean, it's still very low. Okay, we'll grab that as well now. Workwear is the last thing we're waiting to try and get at a more reasonable price. We're probably going to be looking to get it at 76. I don't think we're going to be able to go much below 76. It really depends upon who shoves something on the market. Now, let me tweak my expectation. We'll accept 76. We'll try and get 75. Yeah, looking at market trends, I don't think this is going to go down. Back down to here. We shall see. Once I've got these done, I want to play around a little bit with the ship designer to see if I can get a particular kind of effect, but I don't think I'm going to be able to do it because of how they've or the current limited options for the shape of individual components. I really want to be able to design it closer to the original Imperial Courier from Frontier Elite 2. But that requires fairly thin, pointy nacelles. The problem is there's no square parts. And the part that I'm making at the minute, in order to make it square, I need 3 of them stacked vertically and 2 side by side to make it 6 by 6. And then try to create a point from that. But I don't think that's going to be doable. At least not properly. It's going to be an elongated point. So we may just have to face facts that the nacelles are going to, by necessity, be wider than they need or they should be. And then towards the back end of the stream we'll have the the core parts that we're prepping for. So these parts are all going to be mostly there for system support. These ones here exist for adding frame. And we're currently planning to make two 16x6, or one 16x6 and two 8x6. And that will make the core of the ship, for now at least. Okay. Pop that off. Have these. There was nothing attached to those. Okay. 1, 2. So yeah, to make them square. We in theory have to do that. But that isn't square. 3 wide by 2 tall. 3 by 3 is 6. 2 by 3, or rather, 3 by 2 should be 6. These are not the right aspect ratio compared to what they say they're supposed to be. These are supposed to be 8 deep, 3 wide, 2 tall. So 2 by 3 is 6, and then 3 by 2 should be 6. That's still rectangular. This is more square than that is. These numbers are not accurate. This is not 8 by 3 by 2. It's closer to 3.5 or 8 by 3 by, or rather, I want to say 8 by 2.5. Or sorry, 8 by 2.5 by 2 maybe. No, maybe it's 3 by 1.5. No, it can't be, because then this won't be 2. I'm not derping on the math, no. It must be 3 by 2.5 or something. I wonder if we can work this out. If we can get the camera directly on it, and then snaggly it, or snip it. I grab that and take it to GIMP, because it's going to be the easiest way to do this. I'm just wondering what ratio these actually are. Okay. And then I can use the cropping tool to get a pixel count. Bearing in mind we are highly unlikely to be directly flush on, but it's going to be relatively close. Okay. So 355 by 238. Am I just mapping wrong? 355 divided by 3 times by 2. No, that would work out correctly. So what am I doing wrong here? If they are 3 times as wide as they are tall, then stacking 2 side by side and 3 on top of each other should make a square, right? So 2 side by side and 3 on top of each other should make it square. Because 3 plus 3 is 6, and then 2 plus 2 plus 2 is 6. 355 times 2, 710 times 3, 714. They should be square. Why are they not? Why doesn't that look remotely square? Is it a perspective issue? That looks very, very rectangular. If the ratio is right... I'm confused. It's 3 times as wide. If you add these together, you get 710. If you add these together, you get, I think it was 714. Can I move the camera and get it flush on top of these? No, not easily. Either way, it's not going to work. Let's not worry about that. Okay. Flip that way. That way. And now we'll go with that one instead. So that'll be the front of the nacelles, eventually. And then probably use these and then a shorter bit at the back. We also kind of want to put the engines there. I may need to pull back in the other parts for the other side. Let's get everything sitting somewhere on the ship so it considers it valid. And we can get an integrity reading out of it. Okay, yeah, we pulled these off. Engine doesn't currently think it's connected to anything. Ship does not have sufficient structural integrity. I may actually need the 1% structural integrity. Still not enough. 3%, 5%, yeah, we need a titanium core in order to be able to help. I mean, it has improved its system. We was just shy of 6,000, we're now 8,000. If we can trim a little bit more off it, then we can at the very least get it to fly for now. That's 12. 19. Do I have any more small pieces that we can take off? They don't have a weight rating. What is the weight of the ship at the minute? Still under 1,000. Okay. It is a monstrosity, but it's only partially complete. But that does put us within our limits. But we can start shoving things back on it again. In the process of all of this, the engine got ripped off, as did the fuel tanks and half the cargo holds. There we go. It's a start. No, it's just, this is my actual screen. So they get cut off in a menu like this. And I have to manually show you each side. I am running a triple monitor system, so my aspect ratio is 3 times larger than your average person's. Okay. I may as well sell these thermal steel parts. This puts the ingots away. We're going to need to make some more sheets later. Yeah, well, do I want to keep these thermal all these parts or sell them? If we keep them, we can use them to make another ship, but at the moment, I'd rather just increase production of titanium parts and just make one big ship that helps us do everything. I don't mind refitting it most of the time. It's not that much of a hassle to refit. So yeah, we'll sell the parts, so... Thermal suit chips, we could leave them behind. Or we could just not sell the sour pulp. I don't think I have another small cargo bay. I mean, I have the materials and the space to make an extra cargo bay. Oh, I didn't realise there was only one black box off. I haven't enough of those. No, we will sell the sour pulp. I don't suppose... I don't think large cargo bays require medium cargo bays. I think they're still separate thing. Yeah, okay. We'll just leave some stuff behind and make multiple trips. Rather than waste materials. In which case, we'll leave behind a couple of bits of armor. Just wondering whether I should equip some extra things. Actually, no. We shouldn't sell the extra ship parts just yet. Just because I don't know exactly how many titanium parts I'm going to be able to make. And whether or not we're going to have some spare capacity to temporarily put some steel parts back on. So we'll leave the steel parts here for now. Grab these out of here because we're not going to be able to fit them all into 20. Might be able to jam them in this one. Yeah, they'll go in there. Let's throw that all in there. Okay. Now let's get our unlocks. So that we can start working on the next base. We'll rather tear up the coal base and convert it. And that has shifted things around. that goes there. I went to the wrong one. It is technically slightly less fuel to go to that one first. Not going to make much difference. We will still make it to the destination. I wonder if it's worth partially skipping. Some titanium parts. And just put in some time in over the week. To get the ultra lightweight parts. Because the ultra lightweight parts don't require wolfram. And that's the mine we don't currently have set up, so it will be the material that will be the biggest pain to get. No, this is what you get when you just tear apart a ship and strap something else to it temporarily. I don't have the materials to complete it at the moment. But I wanted to increase its system support while we wait for the actual frame increase in parts to finish building. That's going to take another 3 hours? How long ago did we set them off? This used to have 2 nacelles, but we didn't have the frame to keep the old nacelles in place, so we ripped one of them off. So now it has a massive wart on one side.
Welcome, pilot.
The ship I want to build, but currently don't have access to the parts we need to build it. The day is just a reference to the stream I am playing between episodes. What we want to make. No, what parts? This is Google search. Google search is just getting worse. Specifically search for Frontier Elite 2 Imperial Courier. That's correct. That's kind of correct. That's somebody else's interpretation of it. That is absolutely correct. So these two are right. Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong. None of those are couriers. That's a courier. That looks like somebody who's been playing around in Kerbal Space Program and made it. But yeah, no, I want to make a ship that looks a bit like this. That's the goal. Yeah, it's more just a consistency thing. for my stream as to why this is day 6 rather than like it would be week. I've still got the screen up. Week 4 technically. I would have had to have gone from day 2 to week 1, or something along those lines. So since everything else is just the day for whichever stream day this is, I just kept it the same. But no, we are technically had the game running for 240 hours. I don't know how much of that's been AFK. My factory has been doing a lot of work for me in the interim time. Okay, so we need to buy this. We then need to sell as much stuff as we can to get that money back. Which is why we bought all of this stuff. We are absolutely going to need to drain the platinum out of our platinum mine. That's fine. It quite literally has a warehouse full of platinum ingots. It does look silly. It'll look less silly if we can finish it. I think in order to get it to look as close to my target as possible, I am going to need like the top tier of materials. Just to be able to get enough parts in this thing. Because that's not going to be long enough. It probably wants to be twice as long as that. Ideally, it wants to pinch and then flare out again at the end. And then the core section wants to be at least twice as wide. The main thing we have is we can't make the connecting tissue. The, I'll call them winglets, for what connects from the core body to the nacelles. Because we can't rotate the actual pieces to make a nice thin wedge-shaped line going down. So that's going to be the trickier part. We'll see how much we can get with a lot of platinum. This is most of my copper mine. We should get a few extra pipes while we're here. We're going to need them. We have a warehouse full of them. Ah, no, because we need to fully stock up. We'll come back later. This container is what we're after at the minute. 2,000 platinum ingots. Okay. How much is that worth? 32,000. Perfect. We are going to need to go and make a trip for the vanadium though. But we don't need to sell all of that, I think. Oh, come on. Not this again. It clearly says 2,000 on the dot. It's not red. Fine. I'll discard one. Actually, rather than just complain to chat about that, the weight check for FTL drives is using less than, rather than less than or equal to. Engines use less than or equal to and are happy to fly with 100% capacity on the dot. FTL drives refuse to jump under the same conditions. How do you mean lag? Lag isn't specifically a network term, but I know some people use it, or some people incorrectly use it for graphics and frame rate. I've not noticed any specific lag caused by the updates so far. I have noticed some inconsistency in frame rates here and there, but I've not been playing consistently enough over the last week to be able to know what did or didn't get improved in terms of graphical frame rate changes. Yes, I was aware that patch bonuses are multiplicative and apply for each laser to all lasers on the ship. Because it just uses a single number. It adds them all and puts them in there. Okay, now we sell as much platinum as we can. In fact, let's go just throw it all in, and then we'll go backwards from there. Okay, that gets us that money back. Oh, nice, completed that one. And now we buy this. And then immediately sell the rest of the platinum. How the hell are they powering 14 lasers? Like 5 large solar panels, maybe, unless they're overclocked lasers, in which case, God knows. Okay, we still need to get another... We probably need to get at least 15,000 out here. Actually, no, not quite, because our cap has been raised. So we'd need to pull out 10,000. So we're not wasting our credit limit. Makes sense. I'm level 18. But I am playing solo, and they may not be. Okay, let's go get some vanadium so that we can get some more of our daily cap back. And then we'll start worrying about moving our coal mine. I'm liking the idea more of when we do have access to our final 2 corpo bases, we grab the Wolfram copper node from, I think it's that planet, and then we set up another base somewhere around about here. We ship the fuel, the ethanol we're making from there, and maybe the copper, extra power, and set up a actual base that exists purely to generate power for the other bases. Teleport that power to the other bases, or at the very least to HQ and the chemical plant. This is on a hot planet, but we're on the cold side of a hot planet. Actually, no, this isn't a hot planet, is it? I just always assumed that it was, incorrectly. I didn't need to put it on the dark side of this planet. The only reason I did was because at the time, I thought the only way we could get those purple crystals was through here, but I now know I can farm for them. I suppose I could bring that back with me, but the intent is to grab all of this. Bar 1, otherwise it's not going to let us go. If we need the coal, we can always come back and grab it. In fact, we can just leave this to fill, and then if we have an emergency need for coal, it's here. Okay. Right. I do want to keep hold of some of this. Because it's needed for chemical batteries. I think I already have 400 in here. Because this is the more annoying of the resources for me to quickly go get, we'll make sure we have 500 in here. We'll sell what we need to, and then everything else can go over to the titanium production facility. Just quickly check to see whether or not nope, workwear is still too expensive. Galactic Tycoons. Curious of something. How heavy are the wings? These ones specifically. 8 tons, steering strength of raw. And these are 51 tons, steering strength of 16. Information's over there. Rather, information is spread out like that. But they give a lot of frame and a decent amount of system support. So yeah, I do think we want to be probably just swapping it over to Condor wings. We're building enough stuff to make 2 of them. One of these, 2 of these, 2 of these, and then probably that. We should get that bet. How much support hardware do we need for... Okay. We prepped 128 support hardware.
Welcome, pilot.
Oh, it's Elite Dangerous that I've been playing recently that makes me want to press shift to sprint. Okay. Sell 1,000. Brings us down to 7,000 here. For the sake of round numbers, keep 800 on us. That'll do. And then we can dump that 800 in the titanium mine. Make us more ingots. Actually, titanium B ingots. It is required for small levium plates or part casings. I wonder if I shouldn't have bothered with these. Save up and just make them out of the ultra lightweight stuff and then use the materials that we had used for these to make more titanium core parts. For now, at least. But never mind. We'll find a use for them. Maybe we will actually make a second ship. We'll just make it out of titanium parts. Okay, over to Draco. We do want to grab some extra waterproof parts, pipes as well, don't we? So we need to head back to the ice planet. Get the extras from there. Whole sandstone deposit to my main base. Now that we have the slots for the base there. Okay, let's grab another 200, 300, 200, 300. You'll still stockpiling, so I won't bother touching you. Let's grab an additional 100 stainless frames while we're here. Or stainless steel plates, whatever they're called. Reload you. We'll grab you since we're here. Extra 100. No, there's not going to be any titanium in there that we can borrow. I think we still have 100 and something at home. If we need more, then we'll go into an asteroid belt. It's pretty easy to collect a massive amount in an asteroid belt. Swing by the chem plant. I believe we need anything from here. I just want to gauge whether or not my plants will be ready by the end of the day, rather by the end of the stream. Be able to find out whether or not our experiment worked before the end of the stream one way or another, although we won't see the results until 2 days from now, given growth time of these things. I think these ones have had long enough that the sours should have germinated. Not yet. These look like they will be ready. Some of them look like they're going to be ready. I don't know why they're growing at different speeds. Some of them definitely should be ready before the end of the stream. And then we get to find out whether or not dark is a modifier. Okay, you're ticking away happily. You got plenty of carbon in you. That all looks fine. That's off because we do not have anywhere near enough materials for it. Huh. Oh, right, that's what's using water. They're using water. I don't think any of the rest of these processes use water though. Okay, yeah, you've run out. Huh. Only 300. It's my phone if you heard that, don't mind it. Oh, the hydraulic actuators are 50 apiece, that's why. That's fine. We had made 500. We still need to get to like 1,000. 1,200? 1,200 for that, and then, oh good lord. Another 1,000 for that. Okay. We should work on disassembling the old base first. Do I have a spare core? I don't think I have a spare core. I'll have to check. We need to make some more silicon gel. We're almost out again. How have you got on? We have 3. Out of the 8 that we're trying to get. Well, technically 16, but 8 for the short term. Let's resupply our silicon gel. Okay, I'll do this over here. Oh, they've updated and continuing to add too much information. And we need it. Basic stuff. It can't do buildings. Unless... Nope, it can't do buildings. That's annoying. We may have needed to grab more pipes than we did. We have the iron around. I don't know if we have enough titanium. Say you. Okay, no, we have enough titanium. The silica gel back in there. Do we have a spare base core or base start kit? No. So we have to make... Well, we're going to need to make multiple trips anyway, because we're going to need to get the coal out of there. We should be able to get all of the coal in a single trip. Because it's only being fed into a drone port. Shuttle port, whatever they're called, one of those. So we have the 1,000 that's in the shuttle port, and then the either 50 or 100 per mine, so 300 or 120, 150. I forget which way around it will be. The mine shouldn't give too much scrap, so we can probably pick all of those up. We powered it with solar panels. It only needed one additional solar panel. Just trying to figure out whether or not I can grab everything in a single trip. I do want to go or replace the... I want to head exactly back to where that mine was, because I picked that coal mine specifically because the brine mine was within scanner range. was like 10 to 20 NPMP away. Not sure what their metric is. Yeah, and we are going to have to pick up that one before we can start building the next one. We can't build that on site without coming back here anyway. What we do need to do is find somewhere we can store all that coal even temporarily. 8,000 space in there. Let's summon this shuttle back. It should be empty. It isn't empty. That's not going to have any free space in it. Hopefully we get a bunch of industrial wreckage that we can actually start processing some more of this. Oh no. We would need iron scraps. Why they decided to make this require 5 items, I do not know. Suppose when we need more money we can just sell the scrap. Probably be a better use of time. Okay, we have enough space to jam the coal in somewhere. So I don't need to make another warehouse. Needs manually resupplying. Okay, let's go tear our old coal mine down and get ready to move it. Built this coal mine if I had known in advance quite how powerful ethanol was. And to be fair, I had the information available, I just didn't look it up. Old coal mine placement is above this blob, below this little bit. If we remember that's where we put it, then we can easily get our way back to here even without the marker. Because the vine is about over there, I want to say. Maybe a bit further. Okay, not quite. It's over there. We did not bring any thermal thingies with us. Don't land on that because we're about to disassemble it. Okay. We need to disassemble this before we bake. I'm stuck on the ship. That's not what I wanted to see. Apparently I did. Build a warehouse here. Okay, so we're going to need 3 trips. And I need to bring the thermal protection with me next time. Is there any way I can do this in just the 2? We still have 6,600 units of cargo space. I feel like no, we are going to need to do 3. Because I didn't realise the warehouse was there. We're going to have a lot of spare coal for a while. Going to be finding it in all of our warehouses back at our main base until I get rid of it. Okay, we'll grab... We'll see how close we get if we pick up the solar power plant and then grab some more out of the warehouse. We'll head back down when we're at 50. How much coal do we have? 1,300, so probably want to be grabbing 400 out of the warehouse. 1,700. Okay, now we can get a little bit more than that, 1,800. Okay. Let's grab 12 thermal chips while we're here. I think 3 is enough to protect me on that planet. Oh, sorry, 6 is enough to protect me on that planet. And I think setting up the which we'll do after our break, setting up the brine processing facility will probably require longer than one set. Will let me stay down there. I've got to find somewhere for the scrap as well now, don't I? Let's get to 12. The iron scrap we can throw in here and then pray to RNGesus that it doesn't get immediately consumed. We only have 6 of it. And we have no aluminium scrap. Now that's going to get filled up from that returning. How long is that going to take to return? 9 hours, in fact, okay. We'll just throw one lot into there. Because our steel gets produced from that. We'll throw 800 into here. Is that too much, actually? That is slightly too much. We can get away with 700 in there. Throw 500 in here. Throw the rest and the remainder of the scrap in over there. Calcified inverter can go in there. Is that really full? Okay. Concrete can go in here with the rest of the concrete. Solar cells in here. Let's put the drones in with the rest of the drones. The magnetic coils can go in here as well. As can the spare wire. Stainless plate. All very well grabbing these from our inventory if we don't actually equip them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just to get the scrap out of my inventory, it can go in there. And get the feeling we're going to have to discard some scrap. We'll leave behind anything we don't need. If we're out of base. Oh yes, we need to abandon it first. don't think we have any tech points because this doesn't build anything. And lag while the change to the model is loaded in. It's not even that, it's just a different texture. Excellent. Okay, plenty of space left. Okay, so what we'll do is I'll get myself landed, I'll get this offloaded, and then I'm going to take a quick break, get myself a fresh cup of tea and some other things, and then afterwards we'll get together the resources we need to build a base capable of processing 3 brine. I think I'll set it up in such a way that we'll target what's it called? We'll get it set up so that it processes mercury first. But I think I'll also get it to produce me a bunch of water in the long run. So we'll probably need 3 cisterns in the long run. Okay, we did get some more iron scrap. Everything else. These roll lots in the iron. Oh, sorry, lots in the steel and everything else. I don't know how this decides which one it consumes. It's a very weird building. I have no idea why they designed it this way. It makes no logical sense from a technical perspective to do it this way. Or from a gameplay perspective to do it this way. It just seems arbitrary. I mean, I'd almost rather it take in a single type of scrap at a time, and when you want to change to another scrap you have to reset it up manually or have more than one. I'd rather it do that than, for whatever reason, specifically require you have 5 sets in here and then it's just going to randomly pick from each one as to which one it's going to give you resources back from. Why? Why? Does not make sense. Okay, we need to dispose of a bunch more coal. Oh, we actually have a bunch of space in here. You can have 1,000 coal. You do not have enough space for the remainder of the coal. We'll feed it a bit more though, because I don't think this has any inputs to it. So we'll just load up the rest of the coal in here. That'll go. Maybe we have enough space in here to store the coal? Nope, we have none. I should unbottle those back over there. Same with the water bottles. We found some space in here. Yeah, that's where we left the rubble. Can we squeeze everything else in here? Not quite. 2 hull decks remain. So carbon out so we can keep all the wreckage in one place. We'll throw it in here for now. I think the only input this has is motors. So that's going to take a while to get through anyway. Okay. And if I don't do this now, I'll forget. In fact, why am I even doing that? What we're going to be doing is bottling it up and then shipping it out over to here once all of the carbon superfuel is done. The water I really should just unbottle, but the tank over there is full now. Opportunity missed. Okay, we'll take our break there. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. I'll see you in a bit. Okay, we're back. Right. First things first. We need one of these. Apparently we didn't put the wire away. 20 sheets, 20 concrete, 4 stainless. Wires as well. Four stainless. The easy bit. Three of these. 12. 120. I mean, actually. Yeah, that's going to have to wait. We need to get ourselves some concrete. Do we have much in the way of... I think I must have used it all. Quartz powder. Okay, no, we still have 192 of it, so... Oh yeah! I can get this to start consuming some of my coal. Grab it from there first. I think you already have an output drone. Get some more crystals. Yeah, I'll keep it running for a bit. Do I have sandstone in this system? I think we do. It's here. No. I'm wrong. We have no sandstone in this system. We have one nearby. That has sandstone mounts. Didn't want the coal. Where were they? There they are. Should be plenty. So now, I think we're going to need to put a the command center upgrade on it. Well, initially at least. It is going to be producing stuff, so eventually if you want one. Short term, it doesn't need one. Okay, let's see how many of these we can get through. There's 400 there. Prices come down, but given that there's 6 million there, you might be able to get a little bit lower. Let's resend you over to here. I'm going to need it there for a while. Maybe due a mission. Wait, did I never send you? I'm wasting time. You could have been on a trip. Okay, let's start loading things up ready for their nightly trip back. So these go on here. Now we'll just go up to 2,000. HQ, moving on to here. Some more electronics, more chips, more headsets, more drones. Set that too high. No, that is right. Just waiting on the last of the drones to go through. Might as well go through the lot of it. Because I'm not sure how much concrete we need for the chemical plants or the fluid extractors. Good, there doesn't appear to be any indication that Power World isn't going to be released on Friday, which will be my Saturday stream. Shuffling things around. That does mean that this or the day 7 of this won't be till next Saturday rather than this Saturday. Probably, at least. There might be one on Thursday, I don't know. I don't think I'm going to have enough stuff left over today to do a stream on Thursday without requiring a bunch of days to get things ready to start making lightweight components. Plus we have nowhere near enough corporate credits to get 2 more bases ready. So we would have to be manually mining a bunch, and I would rather be playing Elite Dangerous at the moment. So Thursday's stream might be Elite Dangerous if I can't think of something else to put on there. Although I would still have to figure out what I want to stream or what I want to do on Thursday's stream on Elite Dangerous. Because I've already been through and upgraded most of my on-foot gear. I've now got it mostly engineered. There's just one more engineer I need to unlock, and my plan was to work on that tomorrow off stream. Although I am potentially going to lose 4 hours that day, so maybe I won't be done. We need to get in the serious corporation's tits. They need to be unfriendly with us to unlock the last engineer, because that last suit engineer is the one that has the headshot damage increasing mods. Okay. Do still have a little bit of quartz powder remaining. None of that's on us though. Yeah, for now I'll just stash them. I do need to make some more silicone ingots. Unbendium's going to require some kind of constant supply of them. And quartz is a nice place to get them from. Not a problem for now. Okay, just yeet all of that in there. We can't yeet all of that in there. We don't have the storage space for them. Because we put all the carbon in there. Never mind. Okay, well, we'll keep 400 on us and we'll hope that we have enough space for everything else. Okay. First things first. Gonna need at least 1 of these. 2 of these. So... $25, $6. $86. Oh, that's my inventory, not encyclopedia. I believe it's, yeah, pipes and strong metal sheets. strong metal sheets is going to require titanium, iron, and this requires pipe. Strong metal sheets do we have in storage? Okay, we'll set strong metal sheets running until this will make as many pumps as we need, which is going to take a little while. All of this is going to take a little while. Yeah, there's not much I can do about it when the game doesn't support triple monitor quite right. It supports it well enough that it's playable. I'm not about to reduce my resolution for the sake of a slightly smoother stream. I refuse. Why should I have to... Is it not? It's not compensate. What's the word I'm looking for? Compromise. Why should I have to compromise? I'll just make you lot deal with it instead. Yes, and we also then need YouTube to actually fix triple monitor playback. They broke it. And last I checked, which was probably about a month ago at this point, it was still broken. In their quest to be on everyone's TV, they changed their system so that it actually won't display larger than 4K resolution, in spite of the fact that they accept 8K video. And it just messed up all of my videos. They don't display correctly anymore. At least they didn't do. Let's check while we're waiting. Last time I checked, they were still bad. Let's grab this one. This shouldn't, or audio from this shouldn't come through to you. Oh, hang on, that's the wrong one. That's the cropped version, not the full fat version. Here's the full fat version. Yep, that's still squished. Is there anything on here that you should not see? No, I think it's fine. Because this is just a player. So you can tell this is squished. I'm going to give that to you, that one. If you have a look here, those icons should be square. And if I was to full screen this, this won't work. Oh, it's tried to work. Then, in spite of the fact the aspect ratio this was recorded and uploaded to is the same as my screen, what you're seeing at the minute is the left-handmost screen, effectively, just slightly squished down a bit. So you can see this massive black space here that it's just not using because it's not rendering at the right aspect ratio. And I did some testing, and the actual amount that's being displayed is about 4K wide. So yeah. In their chasing for triple monitor videos, or in their chasing of the TV, they limited everything to 4K and entirely broke every video on my channel. Every last one of them. I mean, I can kind of get this displayed correctly. If I change this to 8K, then in this view, it's correct. because you can see now there's bars at the top and the bottom, and it's actually displaying a divide aspect ratio. But again, if I full screen it, now what we have is we also have black bars at the top and the bottom because it's just slotting it into that 4K space. I don't know why they made that change. It's just stupid. And yeah, really annoying. Also, 999 subscribers. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. That's enough. That's exactly enough. We have 86. That's how many we needed, didn't we? We need 2 of those, 5 for that, 1 for that, 3 lots of 20. Yeah, 86. How are you not already subscribed? Zeke the Geek specifically told you to go subscribe. You may have left the channel at that point, actually. It was in the last stream. More than halfway through, so I think you have left. Yes, but if you're not quick enough, someone else will beat you to it. I may already have 1,000. I don't keep constant track of it. But it allows me to push the button to request the full partnership. And then that allows me to tell YouTube to not put adverts on my videos. Thank you very much. You really think I'm going to make money from all of this? Absolutely not. I have nowhere near the audience to be making money from all of this. So why would I degrade content or my content for other people for the sake of pence? For the sake of pence in the pound? Oh, workwear is cheap enough. Workwear is cheap enough. Excellent. There we go. Now I have a month's worth of consumables for all of my works. Sorry, a week's worth of consumables for all of my works. I have workforce, albeit it's all currently sitting in the exchange. This is why I need to put some more levels in the warehouse. Because I'm getting to the point where I need to be stockpiling stuff here. Using it as essential storage. If I had realised I was going to do this today, I probably would have made these pumps in advance. This is my bad. I apologise. We're all just going to have to sit and wait. We're down to 32 titanium ingots, so I am going to need to go farm some more myself. Just to give me some extra spare titanium. Again, it's easy enough to do. You want to be going to an asteroid belt specifically because the titanium you get from asteroid belts drops in nugget form. So you can carry a lot more of it. Just make sure you bring with you either a lot of batteries or a generator. Because if you are, or if the sun is not in direct line of sight, then your solar panels will stop working. And if you lose your power, then you lose your shields. If you lose your shields, you take damage from the asteroid belt. As a perpetual lurker myself, I fully understand that, and Zeke's chat and my chat tends to be lurkers anyway. I am curious as to how Pal World's gonna go. Because I want to play it. I am gonna play it. And I'm gonna stream it. But if absolutely nobody's watching, then I may just have to abandon streaming it. How many hours did I put in it while it was still in early access? Damn, 170. That's a lot more than I thought. I definitely think there's a lot of AFK time in that. Probably 120 is more accurate. Yeah, I'm still debating whether or not I want to run a server. I'm probably the only one that's going to be using it. I know Zeke will probably play it, and if he runs a server, I might play on that. But I don't think Zeke's going to be playing it on release. I'd be surprised. I suspect he's going to be continuing with Elite Dangerous for a while yet. Yeah, I have my own dedicated server as well. It's technically what runs my website, although my website is basically just a front end to a bunch of tools that I have running in the back end. And then I run all my game servers on that. I think the only active server on it at the minute is a Greg Tech New Horizons server that's running in the event that... I don't think it was Zero. Who was it? It was one of Zeke's. I think it's Age. I think Age was playing on my server. So yeah, I don't know if he's still playing on it. But my Vintage Story server was also set up there. Generally speaking, if I'm playing a game that has server, I will set it up just to get the, or offload the server processing from my local processing. Give my computer the resources back if I don't need to use it. But I don't think that's necessary for Palworld. Not if you're playing on your own. While there is some background stuff that goes on, there's not really enough of it for it to be that heavy a load, I wouldn't imagine. How almost done are we? 50 left. Not even halfway yet. This is why I should have set this up earlier. I'll have to keep myself a supply of 100 pumps in the future. Maybe I'll add another assembly machine, and then have that make pumps from the motors. Once I have like 300 motors again. I'm not sure. It's an OCV mix track from Dragon Warrior is the game that it's from. Pretty much everything that's on here is either directly from OCV Mix, so a remix of the video game. I've got a couple from, I want to say it's CC Mixer? Something like, and then a bunch of tracks from Zircon. I would have Fat Rat stuff, but the Fat Rat's specific terms of use for their content, while I'm fairly sure they would be fine with the way that I do it, it implies that I would have to have in my YouTube description every single song of his that appeared in the stream, just because of the way he's worded it. He's worded it, or worded the YouTube side and Twitch side differently. As I said, I'm fairly sure he would be fine with me adding his music to background tracks, because again, music's in the top left for what's being played. And there's links in the video description to any artist that's in my playlist, which at the minute is just Zircon and then OC Remix. So a link back to his YouTube channel or his webpage or both, and making sure that the track information is on screen will probably be enough for him. But because he has a specific like legal, well, semi-legal agreement on his website, and it's worded a particular way, I don't really want to do something that's technically not correct to what that says. I used to include Miracle of Sound, but because of the amount of people on YouTube that was just stealing his content, straight up taking his videos, re-uploading it, taking his music, re-uploading it, monetizing it, he had to enable content ID. And while I did ask him on Twitch, also not Twitch, Twitter, if he was okay with it being used as background music in his live streams, which he said yes several years ago. This was before he changed that policy. I don't believe I've seen any indication that he's okay with that now. And because I primarily stream on YouTube, that's going to cause all of my videos to get Content ID claimed. And if he also has it set up to auto-claim adverts, or auto put adverts on to claim revenue, then that's also a problem. So I had to remove him, unfortunately. No beef with him. People stealing his work is fucking stupid. And he's got to protect his IP. And just not wanting to have to deal with doing it specifically, it's easier just to go Content ID, claim it all. If I was actually making an income from this, I would probably get a license to... I want to say it's Monster Cat? I think it's Monster Cat. Which does... I think it's a fairly cheap license that you just pay them monthly, and it allows you to use all of their music in, or all of the Monster Cat music in the background of your streams. So I'd probably get a license to that, because there's a lot of good Monster Cat music, a lot of good music in Monster Track. Still said that wrong. I'm not going to attempt again. The other one, what's it called? I think it's, I want to say it's CFM. There's another group like Monster Cat on YouTube that's copyright-free music or something. That I don't think requires a subscription, but it's a similar sort of thing. Yeah, 75 a year is, for the size of their catalogue, 75 USD a year is a bargain. Certainly compared to anything that mainstream music's gonna do. The pocket change. If I wanted to pay a Miley, or have Miley Cyrus running in the background or something. 22 left. And we just need to hope that we have the rest of the bits and pieces that we have lying around. We did reach a warmer temperature today than it was originally going to. I'm going to need my AC unit back up for Wednesday through Friday. It's 27 degrees today. It's going to hit 31 again on Wednesday, 32 Thursday, 31 Friday, which is too bloody hot for the UK. Certainly in this room with these 3 or 4 screens and my computer, it's too hot. I will have to look at the quote portable unquote AC unit back upstairs. Let me just show you why I put portable in air quotes. This is the unit I have, only it's white, or black rather. So this thing here is the portable AC unit. Do we have a... Here's my exact model. Actually no, it's not, that's a slightly more up-to-date one. There's one in situ. They're kind of big. They have handles on them, and they're on coasters. That's why they're listed as portable. There you go. That's what they consider as portable. It's waist high. God knows how heavy, because it's a compressor on wheels. That you take the tube and you put it outside a window, but because there's only one tube, it's yeeting air out of that. That air has to be replaced from somewhere else. So they're also highly inefficient. I wish I had a 2-tube one, but I got it too early. You can get dual hose ones, and they're way more efficient because they pull in the air they're going to transfer the heat to throw back out the house again from the other tube. So it doesn't change the air pressure in the house. Good lord. Just what you don't want when it's hot, humidity. Which is why the heat is less bearable in the UK, because the UK is an island nation. Humidity is all over the place all of the time. What does... My little desktop thingy tells me we have 48% humidity in this room at the minute. But while it is 27 degrees inside, it is also 27 degrees outside because there is a really nice breeze today. 4 left. Left. Hopefully we have everything else we need lying around, although that said, most of everything else doesn't take anywhere near as long as this craft. If we are slightly short. Last one. Am I going to need any drones? I mean, we're going to put a bottle implant there, but we don't technically need the bottle implant for the time being. We'll place it. What we will likely do is ship it back and forth with our ship, I think. Let's put the ingots away. Give you this view because this menu is both on both sides. Okay. Right. We need 12 of these and 120 of these. And a bunch of pipes. Okay, that's fine. We have enough for that. Oh, they fixed that. That does use 20 energy, so we're going to need one additional solar panel for this. And then another solar panel for that. We need another 8 structural beams, make that 20. Another 80 plates, so 200. We may not have the pipes. We can go get some more pipes. Yeah, we don't have enough pipes on us. Silicon gel, 160 of. I forget if this makes 2 for 1 or 1 for 2. Okay. One away. Concrete 40, 5, 40, 10 apiece. Okay, we have plenty of concrete. Gonna need to make some more solar cells. We need 2. So 72. Probably going to need a bit more substrate. No, keep the graphene. We need the graphene for other things, and it's actually kind of expensive to make. What do we need from here? Silicon. Yes, that's what I thought. How many do we have? We have 23. So we need another 50. So we need 10 more stainless plates and 50 wire. And I will change my resolution back in a minute. Or my aspect ratio back in a minute. Just because I'm going to be hopping back and forth between these and you can't see anything I'm doing if I don't either swap between the screens. Okay, gonna need one more of these. And then I'm gonna need to grab some extra for silicon gel. So that gives it enough for the solar cells. Eight? Yeah, 8 lots. Okay. Makes the silicon gel. And everything else can go into solar cells. And then I need to grab... Oopsie daisy. Then I'm going to need to grab the... No worries, Draz. Then we'll need to grab the steel frames and stainless steel plates. Or sorry, stainless plates. For the actual... whatchamathinkies themselves. Solar panels. I'm hoping I just need the 2. We may need a 3rd. We may need a 3rd for the bottle implants, but we're not going to be using that at the moment, so... I'll not worry about it. Okay, that's that. Time for the solar cells. And we also need to make sure to grab... We don't need any drones. We should probably grab 5 magnetic coils for power poles, and then like 10 wires. Will probably be fine. Then go get the pipe or the extra pipes. Well, we could make them here. I have some copper in storage. I don't think I have enough copper in storage. Pipes are kind of expensive, copper-wise. Plus, we have a facility making them. Why wouldn't I just go over there and grab some? The entire point of having a place to make them is so that I don't have to make them myself. Okay, that's the solar cells. We can put one of them back away. Okay. We then need 2 more beams, 16 more... 16? 18. Call it 36. 236. Okay, let's do some rounding for safety's sake. We can put the semiconductor substrates away. Let's grab 10 magnetic coils, 10 wires. It's probably overkill, but should have plenty of concrete. There's the base kit. We put it into storage, didn't we? Okay. I think it's just the pipes. Unless we've mathed wrong somewhere. Should just be the pipes. We'll need one of these eventually, but for now I'm not going to worry about it. That reminds me. Ah, right, yeah, it needed oil that we didn't have. We can now make one of these, so if we wanted to, we could make our own personal lab for all of the one thing, or two things we haven't researched yet. Okay, let's go get some more pipes. And then we'll go grab the pipes, then we can go straight to the system. Although I think I will route through here so that we arrive at the same point, so that it's easier for me to lock onto where we want to put that base to mount down again. So I'll have to go slightly around the houses, will be the plan. And then once that's built, we can start worrying about doing something about the monstrosity of a ship we currently have. I think next stream, and I will save it for next stream, we're going to have to make sure our ship is capable of surviving inside. That beat is Galactic Tycoon is telling me there's a mission ready. We're going to need to make a ship that's capable of surviving in one of the hubris sectors, because we need to go search for blueprints. Specifically, I need to find the large solar panel blueprint that I know exists. But there's a bunch of other higher tier ship component items that we need to go find. How many pipes do we need? 520. How much space did that leave us? Let's go to 700 because we could do with some spare. That'll do. Get out of here before we use too much of our thermal chip durabilities, because we're going to need all of that for building the base on the very hot planet. These local routes I've basically committed to memory at this point. When I have to go further away, then I do still need to look things up, but I've more or less memorized the local area. No autopilot required. Someone has a big ship. It's long and big and also asymmetrical like mine, although not quite as horrendously so. Anyway, we're only here to refuel. I think what our plan's going to be in terms of the ship is I will use the overwhelming majority of the titanium that we have, or the titanium components that we have, to make pieces that give us a lot of weight. And then next time we stream, we'll see how far I've got along making the lightweight alloys. Very lightweight plates, lithium ingots, aluminium, titanium, which we have loads of in a singular location. So I might get that making the plates, and it does require a chemical factory. Yeah, that makes the very lightweight plates 2-to-1. Which makes small Levian part casings 15-to-1. So long as I feed it with some mercury, because it's going to be next Saturday rather than this one, we should have a decent number of these ready. I wasn't paying enough attention to have our entry location. I pointed us in roughly the right direction. We are almost directly above where our previous base was. In fact, here is where our previous base was, which means if we look that way and ping, there is our blind points. There's a reason I want to set this up this way. Is that enough? Far enough? I can move it after the fact. Over player, please don't say over resource. Damn it. I need to move you back one. That goes that way around. That might actually be out of range now. I may have to move this entire thing. Oh no, it doesn't mind. It counts. The reason I wanted to put this here facing this way is so that our exit point is like over there. Okay. That can go there. Is be in range. I don't think it is. Okay. That's fine. We'll have another one. I don't think I can connect these directly to there. Okay, they're fine. So we'll connect these around the back then. This here. Bollocks. We can fix this. Without needing to leave. About to start taking a bunch of damage. I don't think they're going to reach to each other, but we can probably move this one slightly further away. And worst case scenario, we can do something else with those. Okay, they're out of range. There we go. That'll do it. Good, they're running. Let's just make sure these are going to get us fluid at the speed that we want them to give us it. Hello, where's your interact? Oh, I really have to interact with it from this side. Okay, yeah, it is every 9 seconds. So functions how I expect it to. That means you are filling up with brine, which means I can configure you to make me mercury. Oh, that's mercury from cinnabar. That's mercury from brine water. Every 12 minutes. I may need more than one of these. Well, we have some buffer to work with. If we need more than one of them, then I'll first tilt that sideways and then move over. Yeah, we're gonna need... How many of these are we gonna need? Which way around to do it? 3 every minute. Figure out how much we're gonna consume it. Yeah. So... No, 1 every 3 seconds. So 20 per minute. Did that wrong. 20 per minute. No, that was right. Multiplied by 12 the total number of minutes. Divided by 24, we need 6 of them. In order for this to work and to keep up, we need 6 of them. We are missing the materials to be able to do that right now. Footprint is not an issue though. Energy consumption will be. Okay, everything is set up and working at least. That's going to take a little while to build. So... there's our exit point. Okay. Didn't expect it to take quite so long. So we need another 5. Chemical factories. Okay, that's not as bad. It's only 5 pumps apiece. We already have the watertight pipes. The stainless plates we probably don't currently have enough of. We have enough concrete. We certainly have enough structural beams. We'd need 400 stainless plates. We don't have enough stainless plates. I could grab enough copper and aluminium to start making those. We would also need an additional 2 solar panels. There's 5. We forgot to put the bottling plant down there as well. I'll drop back down and drop that, plop that down somewhere in a moment. I'll probably put it on the other side because I think I put the drone port over there as well. That solar panel can go there and there, so the drone port can go there, bottling plant can go there. So we're going to need 3. 3 more? Bottling plant does take power. Although we don't need it in a minute, so don't worry about it. We got the materials for it, we'll put it down, but we won't connect it to anything. And yeah, they're running 5 power per building. There's 5 remaining power. We need 5 more buildings. So that's 25 more power. Knock off the 5, 20. 2 more solar panels. Yes, okay. We also need to name the base. We can copy paste this, so... be a functional name, nothing smart or clever. And I'm hoping we'll have the footprint. Three and 3 for that. Currently have... Yeah, we got plenty of footprint. Okay, so 2 more solar panels. And then enough materials for 5 more of these. It's still going to be a very slow production, but that's fine. As I said, when we need a burst of mercury, we have other ways of getting it. Namely, geysers. Exit point is behind the planet. We need to go get ourselves some copper and aluminum. Aluminium. I'll come back to that. And pipes. How many more pipes? Oh, it's still selected. A lot. A lot more pipes. 600 total pipes. Okay. So let's grab 1,000. Yeah, we should have enough fuel. Not need to do another pit stop just yet. We need to be over there. Oh wait, I almost forgot about that. We can do it in a minute. We can do it while I'm making the plate. Okay. Give me all of this and say... How much do we need? 200? It is 1-to-1, isn't it? Ah, no, it's 2-to-1. That's fine. From here, we'll grab 400 aluminium. Stockpiles are a wonderful thing. Unfortunately, this does now mean some waiting around for manual crafting. Assemble. Okay, 400. Thankfully this recipe isn't too long, but it's still going to have to run 200 times. Okay, new mission available. What we got? They're all pretty crap. We'll just go for this one because I was planning to build some transistors soonish, so it'll get done. It's surprising how often Warframe creeps up on top of people's lists without them realising it. I wonder if mine is still... I think it used to be Rocksmith. Rocksmith was close to the top. I don't know if it actually pipped the top. Factorio has beaten it, although I think if we include the amount of times I've just left Factorio running, I don't think the 1000 counts. 1,600 or 1,065 hours in Factorio, 903 hours in Rocksmith 2014 edition, remastered, 854 hours in Warframe, 766 in Terraria, 666 in Adventure Capitalist, 561 in Clicker Heroes, 495 in Clicker Heroes 2. Those 3 games is why I now have a separate account for my idle games. I am surprised Eco is that far up. 457 hours in Eco, 435 hours in Monster Hunter World, 358 in No Man's Skies, 340 in FortressCraft Evolved, 338 in Avion, 330 in RimWorld, 317 in Space Engineers, 287 in Rainworld, 284 in T-Mod Loader, 277 in Stellaris, and then 254 in this. And then 240 in Elden Ring, and I'll leave it there. Conspicuous by its absence would be Elite Dangerous, because I've only recently, well, I used to always use the launcher for that, and Final Fantasy XIV, because I've always used the launcher for that, and that has an ungodly amount of playtime in it. Also Minecraft, lots and lots of modded Minecraft. That's 50 out of 400. if they was going to add some quality of life to this, I think it was just the ability to set crafting amounts rather than just set it running. I don't think they're making this any faster, because it's probably fast enough. Maybe they'll make it faster in, excuse me, single player. It already is faster in single player, actually. I've changed launcher too many times and deleted too many packs that I've played to be able to remotely guess. Final Fantasy XIV I could get you a concrete time on if I had it installed in the subscription active at the minute, which I don't. But it is a lot of time. I think it and Minecraft would be my top two in terms of playtime. And then there's also Vintage Story. I don't know what my playtime would be in that, although no, some of that has been off camera. A lot of that has been streamed. My most recent playthrough was almost entirely streamed. I streamed a little bit of a playthrough before that, but before that I was playing it on my own. Yeah, Vintage Story is a little bit more punishing if you don't know what you're getting into, but that's kind of by design. It's based off Terra Firma Craft. It's designed to be harder. That's right, crafting queues. Multiple crafts in one quick and more. I'm looking at the our priorities. Improved ways for players to look up corpos and for corpos from recruits, not useful to me. Improved UI and information on what you can do and how to achieve it. Honestly, the amount of information in the game isn't too bad, it's just I have a similar issue with obfuscating information that could be made available to the player earlier, like crafting recipes. Particularly in a factory game, it's nice to know what's coming up. Plan on things. A modded Vintage Story server's no harder to set up than a modded Minecraft one. You just chuck all your mods into the mods folder, set up your configuration and run it. Now we're more than halfway done. Yeah, that's one thing that they did really nicely in Vintage Story. The fact if you change server, it says, these are the mods running on the server, would you like to download them and set it up as such? I have, I played it on the day it came out. And it was a surprisingly smooth experience, but I've not gone back to it just yet. I know they're still working hard on it. myself some extra wires as well. Make sure we have enough this time. Yeah, I've definitely not got through all the content that's in it. Or that was in it at the time. But I decided to let them cook. What I'm kind of wondering is whether or not the bit of the hightail they're going to implement a mode similar to their Skyblock mode on the official hightail servers. Almost 75% done. Although I wasn't paying attention to that, that's going to be a problem. I'll have to leave some here and come back to it. We only need the 400. I think. Didn't we do the calculation it was 400? Yeah, because it's 80 per. We need 5. 400. Easy math. I don't think we'll have the storage space to leave the spare here. I think we are going to have to make a couple of trips, particularly with the extra watertight pipes. We leave the pipes here. Wait, how is the weight going up? It uses 2 aluminium, 1 copper per. And then and then generates 2 plates as it outfit. And the plates are 2 apiece, so that's 4. That's why it's going up. I did not multiply the weight. Yeah, I think if we leave our spare plates and pipes here and come back for them later, we'll have enough space. $40 left. An hour left in the stream. Can't go too far over today. Unfortunately not. No 6 more hours. Because I need to make arrangements with my cousin to take their daughter down to the university tomorrow. Which is where 4 hours is disappearing to. Or 4 hours tomorrow is disappearing to. Thankfully, most of that's going to be in an air-conditioned car. The air conditioning does in fact still work. Okay, 2 left. Okay, let's leave that here, and then that here, and that gives us enough space. Good. We do need to come back for it, though. In fact, we have extra. 1 hour. We'll be back before then, that's fine. Actually, no, because I want that to be able to output into here. Leave some space free. And throw that in there. Okay. Let's see whether or not 300 is enough space for everything else we need to finish all this off. Something I didn't consider. I think we have the spare here anyway. We do need to make the actual solar cells. If it wasn't for the fact I already had a plan for how to build or how I want the ship to look, I'm actually not minding the asymmetrical look of it so much anymore. So if I didn't already have plans, I would probably be looking to see if I could figure out a way to make the asymmetrical look work correctly. Okay, so what else do we need? We have the concrete, we have the stainless steel plates for this, we have the pipes for this. We need another... Oh, we need 40 total structural beams. Plus an additional 2 for the solar power plants. And an additional 18... stainless steel plates, or stainless plates. For that. I have 20 wire. Okay. We have 19 motors in here. Each motor needs 5 magnetic coils. So 30 magnetic coils. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pray we still have enough pipes in here to make them. We haven't. We're going to need to go back to the pipes. I forgot we needed to make the pumps. We're going to need to go back to get more pipes. The other thing we're going to need... titanium and iron. Okay. First things first. 6 motors? What do we miss for motors? Oh, it's silicon gel, not nuts. We didn't grab any. Reminds me of the IT crowd. How many times have you how many times have you had to ask, have you tried turning it off and on again? Is it plugged in? Some motors. I'll get these strong metal sheets for the pumps. We may not have enough titanium. That would be a problem. Gonna be tight. I don't think we have quite enough. I think we're slightly off. We do have some titanium nuggets that we've not processed. I don't know whether it'll give us enough. It's not. We are going to have to go and grab a small amount of titanium from somewhere. There's no asteroid field in here. need to go back to get some more pipes anyway. No asteroid field in there, damn it. What about here? We could use some more fuel. There's an asteroid field. That has magnetite. I think that's iron. I don't think magnetite is the one we want. Yeah, that's iron. Well, we're going to need to get some fuel anyway, and we do have the shield installed. One of those three must have some titanium in it. We're going to need to leave some stuff here. Let's throw all the pipes into here, all the concrete into here as well if it'll go, as much as we can. Nothing there for it to be worthwhile to store it in there. Let's put the iron away for now. And then we can fill up the rest of the space in here with some of this stuff. It's clearly not ingots. Okay, that'll do. Is the 8 of these ready? We have 8 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Do we have... Where did they go? Oh, they went into that, didn't they? I think they need support. Yeah, they need support hardware. So we need 16 for that one, then we're going to make 2 of those, 8 apiece, 32. Let's grab the UK out of here. Okay, let's make the parts first. Do I want to make the wings? Or... let's compare these numbers. Because I think these cost the same materials. That gives more frame and more support. This weighs less, but obviously gives steering strength as well. I think we'll go... we'll just make the actual core parts first. And I'm probably just going to bolt these on messily. For now, we'll come back to it later. Just to improve the amount of frame we have. We will continue to build a monstrosity. Plus I'm curious if just bolting this on will give me a sufficient enough increase in frame to reduce integrity, sorry, increase integrity, or whether it will still reduce integrity and I am going to need to replace all of the steel parts we have on there. Okay, one of those and then two of these. I do wish you could design the ship first and then build, or so you knew which parts to build. It's not a feature. Would just be a nice to have. Yeah, the entire point of today's stream was to get these things on the ship in the first place, so we may as well make sure we get them on, even if they're not on prettily. Okay, now let's start making thermal sheets for them. Because it's added value one way or another. And I've been meaning to get through all of my LUK. One way or the other. It's not like Cleonite is hard for me to acquire anymore. That's half of what we need, so we need 64. Although it'll end up being 63. I don't know where that spare one came from. Maybe we got it from a loot chest or something. One more. I'm assuming the big one's going to take 32 and not 16. Okay, that's 2p. And then I can throw some of that stuff away again, get rid of some of the extra stainless plates. Go get some titanium nuggets. Go refuel, go grab the extra pipes. Come back, grab everything else we need, finish setting up that base, and then probably... Oh, we should check in on our plants. Check in on our plants and call it a stream. Hopefully we can do that in 35 minutes. We need to not spend too long flying around the asteroid belts. We only need a small amount of titanium. And we just have to hope that one of the asteroid belts that we go to is, or has the titanium in it, because if it doesn't, then that's going to be a problem. Okay, what's those? And UK, back in here. The spare stainless plates go in there as well. Okay, so we want to know, integrity is currently 26.6%. If I was to take this big piece and just slap it on, then that looks like it's increasing it to 40.7. And then that increases it to 43.2. %. So there's some degree of diminishing returns. But that has increased our integrity, which will in turn give us the ability to add yet more lighter stuff to it. Because integrity can be anywhere above 20%. Our current system is... well, system capacity is 9,000. It's over 9,000, it says right there. We're not using it, but we have the capacity. And we do not have the time to make it pretty, so it just gets plonked on and we go. It's definitely feeling more sluggish. I didn't pay attention to its current weight. So I think we are getting to the point where we are going to need a third engine on this. Okay, the asteroid belt here we know doesn't have what we need. There's 2 asteroid belts in here, which is the next. Hopefully the one behind us. Yes. Please have titanium. Please have titanium. I get the feeling we're going to get hit with a lot of rocks. We might not be as safe in here as we ordinarily would be, owing to our increased weight and as such reduced maneuverability. We have an agility of 1. We used to have an agility of 3. This could end poorly. So the probability of these asteroids hitting us is literally down to our agility. Found something, but I don't see it on our sensors. What's in here? Graphite. That's an interesting asteroid belt to have. It is not what we're looking for, though. Where's the other asteroid belt? Over there. probably should have given them some kind of shape. It definitely looks bolted on. Never mind, don't have the time. You know what, the amount we need, it's going to be quicker. We only need like 3 more ingots. It's going to be quicker going back to, we didn't need to go back to our titanium mine anyway, and just stealing the titanium from there. Even if we have to wait for it to be mined. Now that said, you're on the way. This is on the way to the station. There's 2 lots of stuff here. That's what I think I'm looking for. Yes, that's titanite. It might be too far in the asteroid. They're too far in the asteroid. I don't think I can get any kind of angle on them to get close enough to mine one of them. Other asteroids. There's nothing on any of these. Range scan should have picked up all of the ones that are around here. Okay, there's some down there, there's some direct beneath us. That's the first time I've had them spawn so deep inside the asteroid that they were unmineable. There we go. And this is why this is a great source of titanium. That's 50 nuggets worth, 60 nuggets worth. 80 nuggets worth. 20 ingots worth. More than enough. Let's get out of here. My shields are holding up better than I was expecting them to, given our agility. Oh, good. Let's make sure we don't go into the dark side again. Our ship's efficiency is such that we can keep the boosters running permanently. It's actually a battery efficiency issue, actually. Although we can now make chemical batteries, we probably should just make one at some point. Although we're soon going to be making the large ones, so is it really worth it? Make the small one. What is our weight, actually? It does not show our weight in here, which is annoying. There's information that I would like to be in here that is only available in the shipbuilder. I'm curious how close I am to the limit of these two. Ship has arrived where? Exploration mission complete. Send the ship back home. Just this imposing mass sitting on the side of the ship. Further away than I would like. What do we still need to do? We still need to... Yeah, we don't have the time. We're not going to be done in time. If I have everything on my list to try to get that all done, we're not going to be done in time, so I think we're going to have to cut. I will finish off making the base myself after stream. Principally because I don't think I can get all 26 pumps made and then get over there, build it all, as well as going checking back on the on the Xeno farm to see whether or not my most recent test to discover new breeds of plants has resulted in anything. And we have our titanium parts. I mean, they're sitting right there. If I didn't need to make plans for tomorrow, I'd run long, but no, we need to end on time today. So I will not try to push my luck like I usually would. Okay, can I get away with not needing to... I think I can. Yeah, okay. Not needing to unload. I think I've only or intentionally stayed up overnight once. Or stayed up all night once. I've definitely had bad enough night's sleep where I've not felt like I've slept at all. But they are very rare. I'm thankful that once I fall asleep I'm usually flying. Even if actually falling asleep takes me like half an hour to an hour. Check the plants first. And if we find nothing, I might change the temperature to warm and try again. Actually no, we'll change the lighting condition and try again. I think I still have enough seeds to do that without needing to go get some more, but I am going to need to go get some more. Okay, we want to check the experiment first. Did my guess pay off? You are dead, you are dead. Shouldn't be surprised. You're probably greens, yes. You're dead, you're dead. Okay. So either I'm missing a condition, or my guess is wrong. That one of the plants that we get from this requires putrescent, just because of the description this thing gives. Some neighbours may enjoy the nutrients they bring. Makes me think there must be one. Okay, the other thing we were running was these. Any of these done? Okay, some of these are done. How did you like the dark? You didn't care at all about it. Okay, damn. I've already grown these next to sours. We've tried every single fertilizer on them. I've tried every lighting condition on them now. And every temperature that's within their warmth. So I don't know what's missing on this one. Because yeah, we've tried all three types of lighting. We've grown it in tempered, we've grown it in warm. It can't grow in cold or hot. We've definitely fed it every single fertilizer. At least I'm almost certain we fed it every single fertilizer. We did that in the previous test. Yeah, these were all enough natural because there's no reason not to. So yeah, I don't know. There's a condition from these that I'm missing. Or rather, not a condition, what do they call it? Enrichment factor. And I'm not sure how these... There's still 2 missing. The only other things to try would be... try with these is lighting conditions. Keep everything else the same, change the lighting conditions. Why am I not taking damage in here? Oh yeah, because the thermal chips are still active. Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's try a different lighting setup. So this was with natural light. Let's put it on UV. Rerun the test with... We'll dig up the ore that actually did start growing. We'll rerun the test with a different lighting condition, just in case that's the missing factor. It could be that they also require warm, which would be annoying as all hell to set up for a specific kind of plant. We only have 7 of these left, so I think we'll only plant 1. Given that now I know that the ones that have been dying previously wasn't because of a random factor, it was because of the plants having reclusive. Which I think both white and green have, don't they? I don't remember a pair of greens growing next to each other. Now I'm going to need to go farm some more of these. Thankfully there's a place in System 1 over, so not that much trouble. I'll gather the rest of the space corn seeds later, after I'm done streaming. Okay, head back to main base. No worries, Raz. Thanks for stopping by and hanging around. Very much appreciated. Enjoy the rest of your day. In fact, the only thing I've got left to do now is crafting-based stuff, so I think I will call the stream there. Rather than sit and fill up the last 10 minutes of stream with me just crafting shit. So yeah, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show. I will be back again on Thursday from 2 PM BST onwards. I haven't rightly decided what I'm going to stream. It's probably going to be Elite Dangerous. We're going to be starting a playthrough of Power World on Saturday. And then that's going to be our main game for the foreseeable. So that will take the usual Tuesday and Thursday spots next week and all the weeks afterwards. And we'll be playing this again next Saturday. So not the 11th, the Saturday after. So, thanks again for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show, and hopefully we will see you next time. Cheerio.